Hey everyone, today's journey sails across the frozen expanses and lethal vacuum of Europa. We begin with why you couldn't breathe for a second on Europa, as we drift through its airless plains. Before you settle in, please like the video, and subscribe if you haven't already. Your support makes these space voyages possible. Let us know where you're tuning in from, and what time it is in your corner of the solar system. Your comments connect us across the void. Now dim the lights, wrap yourself in something warm, and let the crackling fire guide your mind toward calm. Prepare to drift into rest, as we uncover Europa's silent dangers. We'll see how instant vacuum exposure, bone-chilling temperatures, and relentless radiation strip away any chance of survival. Europa has virtually no atmosphere, creating conditions of near-perfect vacuum across its entire frozen surface. Vacuum, which means an absence of air pressure, would be your first and most immediate killer. Your body, evolved over millions of years to function under Earth's atmospheric pressure of 14.7 pounds per square inch, suddenly faces no external pressure whatsoever. The air inside your lungs expands violently in this vacuum. Your lungs rupture within seconds as the air pushes out with nothing to contain it. Blood vessels in your lungs tear open. Oxygen can no longer enter your bloodstream. The moisture on your eyes, tongue, and any exposed skin begins to boil. This boiling happens not from heat, but from the absence of pressure. Liquids boil when external pressure drops below the vapor pressure of that liquid. Your own body fluids literally start to vaporize. Your blood does not instantly boil inside your veins. Your skin provides enough pressure to prevent that worst-case scenario, but dissolved gases in your bloodstream begin to form bubbles, similar to what happens in decompression sickness or the bends that divers experience, but this happens much more rapidly and severely than any diving accident. These gas bubbles block blood flow, cause excruciating pain, and damage tissues throughout your body. You remain conscious for approximately 10 to 15 seconds. Those seconds feel like an eternity of pain. Your tongue and eyes swell as water in tissues vaporizes. Small blood vessels near your skin's surface rupture, creating visible bruising patterns across your body. Your skin expands like a balloon, stretching up to twice its normal size, but it does not burst as depicted in many science fiction films. Human skin proves remarkably resilient even in vacuum conditions. Your blood pressure drops dramatically. Your heart pumps frantically but struggles to maintain circulation. Blood pulls toward your body's core as peripheral vessels collapse. Oxygen deprivation to your brain accelerates with each passing second. Brain cells begin to die within 4 minutes without oxygen. Permanent brain damage occurs rapidly after that point. Death follows inevitably. Scientists understand vacuum exposure through unfortunate accidents in space program history. In 1966, a technician at NASA experienced partial vacuum exposure when his spacesuit leaked during a ground test. He reported feeling the saliva on his tongue begin to boil before losing consciousness. He survived because colleagues repressurized the chamber within seconds. You would have no such rescue on Europa. The vacuum on Europa measures at approximately 10 to the negative 12 atmospheres. This means the atmospheric pressure is about 1/trillionth that of Earth. Any gas molecules present exist in such low concentrations that they almost never collide with each other. This creates a vacuum more perfect than any laboratory on Earth can sustain for extended periods. The oxygen escaping from your lungs enters this near-perfect vacuum and disperses immediately. Gas molecules in vacuum spread according to the laws of diffusion. Each molecule travels in a straight line until it encounters another object. In Europa's case, those molecules might travel great distances before hitting anything at all. This means the precious oxygen your body needs vanishes into the emptiness around you, never to be recovered. Europa's vacuum directly affects your cardiovascular system. Blood pressure regulation depends on a balance between internal body pressures and external atmospheric pressure. With no external pressure, blood vessels closer to your skin collapse while internal vessels expand dangerously. Your heart cannot compensate for these extreme pressure differentials. Circulation fails within minutes. Your nerve endings experience something called ebullism, which means gas bubbles forming in body fluids. These bubbles press against nerve endings, causing intense pain throughout your body. The pain receptors in your skin, muscles, and internal organs all fire simultaneously, creating a sensation unlike any pain experienced on Earth. Temperature regulation fails catastrophically in vacuum conditions. Your body loses heat through radiation alone, since there is no air for conductive heat transfer. But contrary to popular belief, you would not freeze instantly. Vacuum actually acts as an insulator. Heat leaves your body relatively slowly in the absence of air. But this provides no comfort since other vacuum effects kill you long before freezing becomes the primary concern. Gas exchange in your lungs stops completely in vacuum conditions. Normally, your lungs bring in oxygen and expel carbon dioxide through a thin membrane that requires specific pressure differentials to function. In vacuum, this exchange mechanism fails entirely. Carbon dioxide builds up in your tissues, adding chemical poisoning to the oxygen deprivation already occurring. Your eardrums rupture immediately upon vacuum exposure. The air trapped in your middle ear expands with explosive force. This causes extreme pain and disorientation in your final conscious moments. The balance mechanisms in your inner ear fail, creating a sensation of spinning even as you float motionless. The radiation from Jupiter bombards your body simultaneously. With the vacuum exposure, this radiation, which would normally be blocked by Earth's atmosphere and magnetic field, penetrates your tissues and begins damaging cells at the DNA level. Your immune system, already compromised by vacuum exposure, cannot respond to this radiation damage. Water vapor forms around your body, briefly as moisture escapes through your skin and airways. This creates a momentary cloud that dissipates within seconds. An observer would see this vapor envelope form and vanish around you. A visual signature of your final moments, Europa. Your digestive system reacts violently to the pressure loss. Gases in your stomach and intestines expand rapidly, causing severe abdominal pain and tissue damage. The sphincters in your digestive tract fail to contain this pressure. Gas escapes through every available pathway, adding to your body's rapid decompression. Absolute vacuum affects the electrical signals in your nervous system. Neural transmission relies on specific ion concentrations that change in vacuum conditions. Your brain experiences something like an electrical storm in its final moments of consciousness. You might see flash light or color as your visual cortex receives random signals. These hallucinations mark the final activity of your conscious mind. Emergency medical protocols for vacuum exposure do exist. Astronauts train for rapid repressurization procedures, but these protocols assume exposure times of seconds, not minutes, and they require immediate access to pressurized environments and medical care. On Europa, you would be more than 600 million kilometers from the nearest hospital. No rescue would be possible. Vacuum exposure represents just one of the many lethal aspects of Europa's environment. It works in concert with extreme cold, radiation, and toxic surface compounds to create conditions utterly hostile to human life. The vacuum kills you first, simply because it acts fastest. Other environmental factors would ensure your death even if the vacuum somehow spared you. Scientists studying vacuum effects have conducted experiments with animals and tissue samples. These studies reveal the progression of vacuum damage at the cellular level. Cell membranes rupture as internal and external pressures fail to balance. Cellular machinery stops functioning as critical molecules denature or vaporize. Even microorganisms struggle to survive pure vacuum conditions without specialized adaptations. Spacecraft designed to visit Europa must account for these vacuum conditions. Every seal, joint, and material must function perfectly in the absence of pressure. Any failure means instant decompression for the crew. Engineers design multiple redundant systems knowing that vacuum exposure leaves no margin for error. No time for corrections or repairs once a leak begins. The psychological aspect of vacuum exposure cannot be overlooked. The human mind processes this kind of trauma differently than other injuries. The sensation of pressure loss triggers primal panic responses. Your final conscious moments would be dominated by confusion and terror as your body experiences conditions it has no evolutionary framework to understand. The brain interprets vacuum exposure as a form of drowning, triggering the same panic response, but unlike drowning, no amount of struggling can bring air to your lungs. Your body temperature begins to drop, but far more slowly than you might expect. In vacuum, heat transfers only through radiation, not conduction or convection, as on Earth. This means your core temperature would remain relatively stable during the short time you remain alive. The cold of Europa, a frigid -170 degrees Celsius, would claim your body only after vacuum exposure had already ended your life. Spacesuit designed for Europa missions focuses heavily on maintaining pressure integrity. Modern spacesuits maintain internal pressure of about 4.3 pounds per square inch. This pressure, while lower than Earth normal, provides sufficient oxygen partial pressure to support life. The suit must maintain this pressure against the perfect vacuum outside without leaks or failures. Any breach in this system brings instant exposure to vacuum conditions. Your final moments would include a strange silence. Sound cannot travel through vacuum. The absence of sound creates a profound sensory deprivation. You would not hear your own screams, though you would feel your vocal cords vibrating as you tried to voice your pain. This silence adds a layer of psychological horror to the physical trauma. If by some technological miracle you survived the vacuum exposure, you would immediately face the next lethal challenge. Europa has no breathable atmosphere whatsoever. Even if your body somehow withstood the vacuum, you would find not a single molecule of oxygen to draw into your lungs. The absence of anything to breathe would kill you just as surely as the vacuum itself, but much more slowly and painfully. After the immediate threat of vacuum exposure, the complete absence of any breathable atmosphere presents the next lethal challenge on Europa. Your body requires a constant supply of oxygen to survive. Every cell in your tissues demands this vital element to produce energy. On Earth, you breathe approximately 20,000 times per day without conscious thought. Each breath draws in the precise mixture of gases your body evolved to process. Europa offers none of these gases in any meaningful concentration. The atmosphere of Europa exists as an extraordinarily thin layer of oxygen and other trace gases. Scientists describe it as an exosphere rather than a true atmosphere. An exosphere means the gas molecules rarely collide with each other. Instead, they follow ballistic trajectories like tiny independent satellites. This environment contains oxygen at concentrations approximately 100 billionth that of Earth's atmosphere, far too thin to register on your lungs even if you could somehow breathe it. Your respiratory system requires oxygen at a partial pressure of at least 0.16 atmospheres to function properly. This means oxygen molecules must hit your lung tissues with sufficient frequency and force to cross into your bloodstream. Europa's oxygen exists at a partial pressure approximately 1 trillion times lower than this minimum threshold. Your lungs would draw in effectively nothing with each attempted breath. The oxygen present in Europa's exosphere comes not from biological processes as on Earth, but from radiation effects on water ice. Jupiter's intense radiation field breaks apart water molecules on Europa's surface. This process releases oxygen atoms that can briefly exist as a tenuous gas before freezing back onto the surface or escaping into space. This oxygen exists primarily as individual atoms or simple molecules spread incredibly thin across the moon's surface. Without oxygen, your body begins a predictable shutdown sequence. Your brain, which consumes 20% of your body's oxygen despite comprising only 2% of your mass, fails first. Consciousness fades within 15 to 30 seconds without fresh oxygen. Brain cells begin dying after 4 minutes. Even if rescue somehow arrived, permanent brain damage would occur before any help could possibly reach you. Your heart begins beating faster as oxygen levels in your blood drop. This represents your body's attempt to circulate the remaining oxygen more quickly to vital organs. Your breathing rate increases dramatically in a futile attempt to draw in non-existent air. These responses accelerate your metabolism, ironically causing you to consume your remaining oxygen faster, hastening your death rather than preventing it. The feeling of oxygen deprivation differs from drowning or choking. Those conditions involve an obstruction preventing breathing. On Europa, you can expand your lungs freely, but they fill with nothing useful. This creates a unique form of panic, as your body detects no obstruction but still cannot obtain oxygen. Your brain interprets this situation as an impossible contradiction, intensifying your fear response. Earth's atmosphere contains approximately 21% oxygen, 78% nitrogen, and small amounts of other gases at a pressure of 14.7 pounds per square inch at sea level. This specific mixture evolved alongside life over billions of years. Your respiratory system specifically adapted to these exact conditions. Even minor deviations from this mixture can cause significant health problems. Europa offers conditions so far removed from Earth normal that your body has no adaptive mechanisms to cope. Space agencies have developed life support systems that can create artificial atmospheres for astronauts. These systems must provide the correct pressure, gas mixture, temperature, and humidity. They must also remove carbon dioxide and other waste gases. On Europa, these systems would need to operate perfectly without any possibility of using local resources as backup. Every molecule of breathable air would need to be brought from Earth at enormous cost. The longest a human can survive without oxygen varies by individual and circumstance. Under ideal conditions, some people have survived up to 6 minutes before brain death occurs. Elite free divers can hold their breath for over 11 minutes through extensive training and preparation, but these records assume normal starting conditions and body temperature. On Europa, the vacuum exposure preceding oxygen deprivation would dramatically reduce this survival time. Your blood carries oxygen through a protein called hemoglobin. Each hemoglobin molecule can bind 4 oxygen molecules for transport throughout your body. Without fresh oxygen input, your hemoglobin gradually releases its stored oxygen to tissues until none remains. Body has no significant oxygen reserves beyond what exists in your bloodstream and lungs at any given moment. This limited supply depletes within minutes. Carbon dioxide builds up in your bloodstream as oxygen depletes. This creates a condition called hypercapnia, which means excessive carbon dioxide in the blood. Hypercapnia causes additional symptoms including headache, confusion, and increased heart rate. Your blood becomes increasingly acidic as carbon dioxide forms carbonic acid. This acidosis disrupts all cellular functions throughout your body. In medical settings, emergency oxygen delivery systems can provide 100% oxygen at pressures above normal atmosphere. This hyperbaric oxygen therapy can temporarily sustain patients with compromised breathing. No such system could work on Europa without a complete, sealed habitat maintaining Earth-like pressure and temperature. The technology to build such habitats exists, but the challenges of constructing them on Europa remain immense. The history of human spaceflight includes several accidents involving loss of cabin pressure or breathing gas. The crew of Soyuz 11 died in 1971 when their capsule depressurized during re-entry. They had no spacesuits and perished from asphyxiation within minutes. This incident led to mandatory pressure suits during critical mission phases. A practice continued to this day. Europa would require continuous pressure suit use with no possibility of safe exposure to the environment. Your lungs function through an elegant balance of pressures. Oxygen moves from areas of higher concentration to lower concentration across the thin membranes of your lungs. This passive diffusion requires specific pressure gradients to function. Europa's near-vacuum conditions make this process physically impossible. Even with a pure oxygen mask, your lungs could not function without appropriate atmospheric pressure surrounding their body. Spacecraft designed for Europa missions would need to function as completely self-contained environments, similar to the International Space Station, but with far more robust systems. The ISS orbits just 400 kilometers above Earth, allowing relatively quick resupply missions. Europa sits over 600 million kilometers from Earth at its closest approach. Resupply missions would take years rather than days, requiring life support systems with unprecedented reliability. The oxygen cycle on Earth depends on biological processes. Plants and photosynthetic bacteria produce oxygen that animals consume. This balanced cycle has maintained breathable conditions for hundreds of millions of years. Europa has no known biology to generate or recycle oxygen. Any human presence would require closed-loop life support systems that perfectly recycle air, water, and waste. Current technology cannot achieve 100% efficiency in these systems. Space agencies have experimented with bioregenerative life support systems using plants to produce oxygen and food while consuming carbon dioxide and waste. These experimental systems have sustained human crews for limited periods under Earth conditions. Adapting such systems to Europa would require significant advances in reliability, efficiency, and radiation protection. Plants themselves would need shielding from Jupiter's radiation. The psychological impact of breathing recycled air cannot be overlooked. Astronauts report heightened awareness of their dependence on life support systems. This awareness creates background stress that accumulates over time. On Europa, knowing that only a thin layer of technology separates you from instant asphyxiation would create significant psychological burden. This stress increases with mission duration and distance from Earth. Breathing emergencies in space require immediate response. Current protocols on the International Space Station give crew members mere seconds to don emergency masks during decompression events. Europa's distance from Earth means all emergencies must be handled locally without possibility of external assistance. Every crew member must master emergency response procedures through extensive training and simulation. The composition of emergency breathing systems presents additional challenges. Current systems use chemicals that react with moisture to generate oxygen. These chemicals have limited shelf life and can present fire hazards. Compressed oxygen tanks provide an alternative but contain limited supplies. Long-duration missions to Europa would require multiple redundant systems with unprecedented reliability. Future technologies might improve life support options for Europa missions. Advanced materials could create lighter, stronger pressure vessels. Synthetic biology might develop organisms capable of producing oxygen under European conditions. Nanotechnology could enable more efficient gas separation and recycling systems. But all these technologies remain theoretical or in early development stages. Current life support technology cannot sustain humans on Europa for extended periods without massive resource allocation. The complete absence of atmosphere creates secondary challenges beyond breathing. With no atmospheric pressure, water cannot exist in liquid form on Europa's surface. It either remains frozen solid or sublimates directly to vapor. This means no available drinking water. Without energy-intensive processing, your body requires approximately 2 liters of water daily to survive. All of this must come from recycled sources or melted ice that must be carefully purified. Sound cannot travel through vacuum or extremely thin atmospheres. This creates an environment of profound silence outside your habitat or spacesuit. Communication would depend entirely on radio systems or physical contact. The absence of ambient sound creates additional psychological stress through sensory deprivation. Humans evolved in an environment filled with sounds that provide constant situational awareness. Their absence feels profoundly unnatural. The lack of atmospheric pressure means no protection from micrometeorites. On Earth, small pieces of space debris burn up in the atmosphere before reaching the surface. On Europa, even tiny particles strike the surface at cosmic velocities. These impacts create a constant erosion process that would damage equipment and potentially puncture pressure suits or habitats. Any such puncture would cause immediate decompression and exposure to vacuum conditions. If you somehow survived both the vacuum exposure and the complete lack of breathable atmosphere, another lethal aspect of Europa awaits you. The surface temperature never rises above -140 degrees Celsius, even at the warmest locations during Europa's day. This extreme cold would freeze your tissues solid within minutes of exposure. Even the most advanced thermal protection systems struggle to maintain survivable temperatures in such conditions. The cold of Europa represents yet another layer of environmental hostility that makes human survival impossible without extraordinary technological intervention. The surface of Europa maintains a constant state of extreme cold beyond anything experienced on Earth. Average temperatures hover around -170 degrees Celsius. That measures colder than the coldest temperature ever recorded on Earth by nearly 50 degrees. This bone-chilling cold would flash freeze any exposed human tissue in seconds. Your cells contain approximately 70% water. At European temperatures, this water crystallizes almost instantly. The expanding ice crystals rupture cell membranes and destroy tissue from within. The coldest natural temperature ever recorded on Earth was -89.2 degrees Celsius at Vostok Station in Antarctica. Europa's average surface temperature makes that record seem positively balmy by comparison. Even the most extreme cold weather gear designed for Earth cannot protect against temperatures this low. Standard Arctic exploration equipment becomes brittle and fails in such conditions. Materials behave differently at these extreme temperatures. Metals become brittle, plastics crack, lubricants freeze solid, batteries cease functioning. Heat leaves your body through 4 primary mechanisms: conduction, convection, radiation, and evaporation. On Europa, the vacuum conditions eliminate convection and greatly reduce evaporation. This might seem advantageous, but it creates deceptive conditions where you might not immediately feel the cold through conventional sensing. Your body loses heat primarily through radiation in vacuum. This form of heat loss occurs regardless of contact with cold surfaces. Your body radiates heat continuously into the cold void around you. If your skin directly contacted Europa's surface ice, conductive heat loss would occur catastrophically fast. The temperature differential between your body's 37 degrees Celsius and Europa's -170 degrees Celsius creates an enormous thermal gradient. Heat energy flows rapidly from your warm tissues into the vastly colder surface. This contact would cause instant frostbite. Frostbite occurs when tissue freezes solid, cells rupture as water expands during freezing. Blood flow stops completely in affected areas. Tissue death follows rapidly. Your extremities suffer first and most severely in extreme cold. Your body prioritizes core temperature maintenance to protect vital organs. Blood vessels in your fingers, toes, ears, and nose constrict to reduce heat loss. This biological response evolved for mild Earth winters, not the extreme conditions of Europa. These protective mechanisms prove completely inadequate against European cold. Even with this survival response, your extremities would freeze within seconds of exposure. Hypothermia begins when your core body temperature drops below 35 degrees Celsius. Mild hypothermia causes shivering, confusion, and reduced dexterity. As your temperature continues dropping, shivering stops, hallucinations begin, and consciousness aids. Death typically occurs when core temperature falls below 28 degrees Celsius. On Europa, unprotected exposure would drive your temperature down this rapidly within minutes. No natural human survival mechanisms can counter temperature differentials. Spacesuits designed for European exploration would require revolutionary thermal management systems. Current spacesuit designs used on the International Space Station manage temperature ranges far less extreme than Europa presents. These suits rely on liquid cooling garments that circulate water to remove excess heat during activity. On Europa, the challenge reverses entirely. Suits must generate and retain heat rather than remove it. This fundamental difference requires completely new design approaches. Electric heating elements provide one potential solution for European thermal protection, but these systems require substantial power sources. Standard spacesuit batteries could not maintain safe temperatures for extended periods in negative 170-degree conditions. Nuclear power sources offer longer duration, but introduce radiation concerns and significant weight penalties. Every thermal protection system faces the fundamental challenge of thermodynamics. Heat inevitably flows from warmer bodies to colder surroundings. Insulation materials create dead air spaces that slow heat transfer on Earth. In vacuum conditions, these materials work differently since there is no air to trap. Multi-layer insulation used in spacecraft consists of multiple reflective layers separated by low conductivity spacers. This technology can maintain temperature differentials of hundreds of degrees across surprisingly thin barriers. But even the best insulation systems cannot eliminate heat loss entirely. They merely slow the inevitable flow of thermal energy. Europa's temperature varies slightly with its day-night cycle. The side facing Jupiter might reach a balmy negative 140 degrees Celsius during peak heating. The dark side plunges to negative 200 degrees Celsius, approaching the temperature of liquid nitrogen. This temperature variation creates additional stresses on materials and equipment. Thermal expansion and contraction cycles cause fatigue in structures over time. Seals and joints particularly suffer under these conditions. The human body generates heat through metabolic processes. At rest, you produce approximately 100 watts of thermal energy. During intense activity, this can increase to several hundred watts. This internal heat generation provides your only natural defense against cold environments. On Europa, this heat generation proves completely inadequate against the extreme temperature differential. You would need external heating systems providing thousands of watts to maintain survivable temperatures. Any equipment brought to Europa faces the same thermal challenges as human explorers. Electronics function poorly or fail completely at extremely low temperatures. Battery capacity decreases dramatically. Solar panels operate at reduced efficiency. Moving parts seize lubricants, solidify. Rovers on Mars have survived temperature swings of over 100 degrees Celsius, but Europa presents significantly colder conditions that exceed the design parameters of any existing space hardware. Cold affects your body's biochemistry at fundamental levels. Enzyme activity slows dramatically as temperature drops. Chemical reactions necessary for cellular function cease below certain temperatures. Your metabolism depends on thousands of chemical reactions occurring at precise rates. Europa's cold would disrupt these processes even before actual freezing occurs. Your cellular machinery would grind to a halt as reaction rates slow to near zero. Heat transfer in vacuum differs significantly from atmospheric conditions. Without air molecules to carry heat energy, objects lose heat primarily through radiation. This creates unusual situations where objects in direct sunlight can be extremely hot, while adjacent shadowed areas remain incredibly cold. On Earth, air currents help equalize these temperature differences. On Europa, you could experience temperature differentials of over 100 degrees between sunlit and shadowed portions of your spacesuit. The extreme cold creates material challenges beyond human physiology. Many materials become superconductors at temperatures approaching absolute zero. This changes how electrical systems function. Other materials become extraordinarily brittle. Metals that flex easily on Earth shatter like glass when struck at European temperatures. Rubber compounds lose all elasticity, becoming as rigid as stone. Designing equipment for these conditions requires extensive testing in specialized cryogenic laboratories. Ice behaves differently at extremely low temperatures. On Europa, water ice has the hardness approaching that of granite. This creates surfaces as unyielding as concrete, despite being composed of frozen water. Impact against these surfaces would cause traumatic injuries, similar to striking solid rock. Any fall or collision on Europa's surface could shatter bones or equipment due to this unexpected hardness of super-cold ice. Your eyes would freeze within seconds of direct exposure to Europa's environment. The thin layer of moisture that coats your corneas would crystallize immediately. This would cause immediate blindness and permanent damage to delicate eye tissues. Even momentary exposure through a damaged faceplate would result in catastrophic eye injury. Recovery from such damage would be impossible without immediate specialized medical care, which would not exist on Europa. Thermal shock presents another danger from rapid temperature changes. If part of your body or equipment rapidly changes temperature, different cooling rates cause severe internal stresses. These stresses can crack materials or cause tissue damage beyond what uniform cooling would produce. Moving between sunlight and shadow on Europa could induce thermal shock in exposed materials. This cycling weakens structures and leads to eventual failure. Europa receives approximately 25 times less solar energy than Earth due to its distance from the Sun. This reduced solar input contributes significantly to its frigid conditions. Solar panels would generate only 4% of the electricity they would on Earth, assuming the same efficiency. This energy deficit makes heating systems even more challenging to power. Most Europa mission concepts rely on nuclear power sources to provide adequate energy for thermal management. The temperature extremes on Europa create a situation where any equipment failure becomes immediately life-threatening. On Earth, system failures often have gradual consequences with time for corrective action. On Europa, heating system failure would cause temperatures to plummet within minutes. This rapid temperature drop leaves minimal time for emergency procedures or repairs. Backup systems must activate automatically and function flawlessly to prevent catastrophic outcomes. The specific design of thermal protection systems for Europa exploration remains an active research area. Current concepts include passive insulation layers combined with radioisotope heating units. These units generate heat through radioactive decay, providing reliable long-term heat without moving parts or external power. Alternative approaches include electric resistance heaters, powered by nuclear or solar sources. All designs require multiple redundant systems to ensure survival if primary systems fail. If you somehow survive the vacuum, lack of atmosphere, and extreme cold of Europa, another deadly force awaits you just above the icy surface. Jupiter's massive magnetic field traps charged particles from the solar wind and accelerates them to enormous energies. These particles bombard Europa continuously, creating radiation levels that would deliver lethal doses within hours of exposure. No known shielding technology can fully protect human explorers from this radiation storm, while allowing practical surface operations. The radiation environment represents yet another layer of Europa's hostile conditions that make human exploration extraordinarily challenging. Jupiter generates the most powerful magnetic field of any planet in our solar system. This massive magnetic field traps charged particles from the solar wind and accelerates them to enormous energies. Europa orbits directly through this radiation belt, exposing its surface to constant bombardment by high-energy particles. This radiation environment exceeds anything encountered on or near Earth by orders of magnitude. A human standing unprotected on Europa's surface would receive a lethal radiation dose within hours, possibly minutes depending on current conditions. The radiation at Europa comes primarily in the form of high-energy electrons, protons, and heavier ions. These particles penetrate materials differently than familiar forms of radiation like X-rays or gamma rays. High-energy electrons can pass through several centimeters aluminum while depositing significant energy in biological tissues. Protons penetrate even further, requiring much thicker shielding for equivalent protection. Heavier ions create dense trails of damage through any material they encounter, including human DNA and cellular structures. Scientists measure radiation exposure in units called sieverts. A single sievert represents a significant radiation dose. On Earth, natural background radiation exposes humans to approximately 0.003 sieverts per year. A typical chest X-ray delivers about 0.00001 sieverts. The radiation dose at Europa's surface reaches approximately 5.4 sieverts per day, more than 1,000 times the dose considered immediately dangerous to human life. Acute radiation syndrome begins at exposure levels around 0.75 sieverts. Symptoms appear in stages beginning with nausea, vomiting, and fatigue. Higher doses cause hair loss, bleeding, and immune system collapse. Doses above 4 sieverts typically prove fatal without intensive medical intervention. At Europa exposure levels, severe symptoms would develop within hours. Death would follow within days without extraordinary medical countermeasures, not available on an exploration mission. Radiation damages your body, primarily by breaking chemical bonds in critical molecules. DNA suffers particularly severe damage. High-energy particles create breaks in the double helix structure. Your cells attempt to repair this damage, but repair mechanisms become overwhelmed when damage occurs too rapidly. Misrepaired DNA leads to mutations, cell death, or cancerous growth. The radiation levels at Europa overwhelm cellular repair mechanisms almost immediately. Your blood-forming organs show particular sensitivity to radiation damage. Bone marrow, which produces red and white blood cells, begins dying at relatively low radiation doses. This leads to bleeding disorders and immune system collapse. Your intestinal lining also shows high radiation sensitivity. High doses cause these tissues to break down, leading to fluid loss, infection, and systemic inflammatory response. These effects appear within days of significant radiation exposure. The radiation environment on Europa varies with position relative to Jupiter. The trailing hemisphere receives somewhat lower radiation levels than the leading hemisphere. This occurs because Europa orbits Jupiter faster than the planet's magnetic field rotates, creating complex interactions between radiation sources and Europa's position. Even at the most protected locations, radiation levels remain far beyond human tolerance without substantial shielding. Radiation shielding presents enormous technical challenges for Europa exploration. Traditional shielding relies on mass to absorb radiation. More mass equals better protection, but spacecraft can carry only limited mass to Europa due to propulsion constraints. The amount of shielding needed for human protection would make mobility on Europa's surface nearly impossible with current technology. A spacesuit providing adequate radiation protection might weigh hundreds of kilograms, far too heavy for practical use. Water provides excellent radiation shielding relative to its mass. A layer of water approximately 2 meters thick reduces radiation to tolerable levels, even in Europa's environment. Future habitat designs might use Europa's abundant water ice as shielding material. Melting this ice and surrounding habitats with liquid water tanks could provide protection while using local resources. But such systems require substantial energy and engineering beyond current mission capabilities. Radiation effects accumulate over time in biological systems. Each exposure causes damage that may not fully repair. This cumulative effect means even lower radiation levels pose significant health risks during long-duration missions. Career radiation exposure limits for astronauts allow for approximately 1 sievert total lifetime dose. At Europa, this entire career limit would be exceeded in less than 5 hours without shielding. The electronic equipment necessary for exploration faces similar radiation challenges. Standard consumer electronics fail almost immediately in high radiation environments. Computer memory bits flip randomly, semiconductor junctions degrade, power systems fail as insulation breaks down. Space-rated radiation-hardened electronics exist, but provide limited computing power compared to standard systems. These specialized components cost orders of magnitude more than commercial equivalents. Scientists study Europa's radiation environment using instruments on spacecraft like Galileo and Juno. These robotic explorers carry radiation detectors that measure particle types, energies, and flux rates at various distances from Jupiter. This data helps engineers design appropriate shielding and operational protocols for future missions. Recent measurements confirm that radiation levels at Europa exceed previous estimates, making human exploration even more challenging than originally thought. Europa's radiation environment presents a particular challenge for surface operations. Unlike the vacuum and temperature hazards that can be mitigated with well-designed enclosures, radiation penetrates most materials. This means explorers would accumulate radiation exposure during any surface activity regardless of spacesuit design. Mission planners must carefully balance scientific objectives against exposure times to minimize radiation risk. The radiation at Europa affects not just humans but all organic molecules. Sample collection faces the challenge of distinguishing indigenous organic compounds from radiation-produced artifacts. The same radiation that threatens human explorers has been modifying Europa's surface chemistry for billions of years, creating complex organic molecules through radiation-driven reactions in the ice. Determining which compounds might indicate life versus radiation chemistry presents a significant scientific challenge. Your genetic material suffers the most critical damage from radiation exposure. DNA consists of two strands of nucleotides twisted into a double helix structure. Radiation can break one or both of these strands. Single-strand breaks often repair correctly. Double breaks frequently lead to mutations or cell death. The radiation at Europa causes thousands of DNA breaks per cell per hour, overwhelming repair mechanisms and leading to widespread cell death throughout your body. Different body tissues show varying sensitivity to radiation damage. Rapidly dividing cells like those in bone marrow, intestinal lining, and skin suffer most severely. More stable cell populations like those in the brain and muscles show greater radiation resistance, but at Europa radiation levels, even these more resistant tissues suffer significant damage within days. No human tissue can withstand such exposure without serious consequence. Radiation exposure causes both deterministic and stochastic effects. Deterministic effects like radiation sickness occur predictably above certain dose thresholds. Stochastic effects like cancer development occur probabilistically, with risk increasing with dose. Both types of effects would threaten Europa explorers. Immediate radiation sickness would develop quickly while cancer risk would increase dramatically for any survivors. Future radiation protection technologies might improve the feasibility of human Europa exploration. Advanced materials incorporating hydrogen-rich compounds show promise for lighter-weight shielding. Medical countermeasures including radioprotective drugs continue development. These compounds scavenge radiation-produced free radicals or enhance cellular repair mechanisms. But no foreseeable technology can eliminate radiation risk entirely for Europa surface operations. The radiation environment creates operational constraints beyond direct human health effects. Surface activities must be brief and carefully planned to minimize exposure. Equipment must function reliably despite radiation-induced failures. Communication systems must operate through radiation-induced interference. These constraints severely limit the scope and duration of possible exploration activities, making human missions far less productive than they might be in more benign environments. Jupiter's radiation belts fluctuate with solar activity and other factors. During solar storms, radiation levels at Europa can increase dramatically above baseline. These events prove difficult to predict precisely, creating additional risk for human explorers. Radiation storms might necessitate emergency returns to shielded habitats with little warning, further complicating surface operations planning. If you somehow survived the vacuum, absence of air, extreme cold, and radiation storm, Europa has yet another deadly hazard waiting for you. The surface chemistry includes compounds toxic to human life, formed by the interaction of radiation with ice and minerals. These compounds include powerful oxidizers that would attack your tissues on contact, adding chemical burns to the list of environmental threats facing any explorer foolish enough to venture onto Europa's hostile surface without extraordinary protection. The surface of Europa contains a complex mixture of chemicals formed through billions of years of radiation processing. Water ice makes up the primary surface component, but this seemingly benign substance has been transformed into a chemical factory by Jupiter's relentless radiation. The radiation breaks molecular bonds, creating highly reactive fragments that recombine into compounds never found in unaltered ice. This process creates a thin layer of exotic and hazardous chemicals across Europa's entire surface. Hydrogen peroxide forms abundantly on Europa's surface. This compound, which you might recognize as a common disinfectant on Earth, exists at much higher concentrations on Europa. Hydrogen peroxide acts as a powerful oxidizer, meaning it readily removes electrons from other molecules. Contact with your skin would cause immediate chemical burns as the peroxide oxidizes your tissue proteins and lipids. These burns would progress rapidly through skin layers due to the high concentration and low temperature of the peroxide ice. Sulfuric acid exists in significant quantities on Europa, particularly in regions showing yellowish-brown coloration. This strong acid forms when sulfur compounds from deeper layers reach the surface and undergo radiation processing. Sulfuric acid rapidly destroys organic molecules through chemical dehydration reactions. It would dissolve your skin and underlying tissues on contact, causing extensive third-degree chemical burns. The damage would continue spreading as the acid penetrates deeper into tissues. Sulfur dioxide, a toxic gas on Earth, exists frozen into Europa's ice. If this compound contacted warm equipment or your body heat caused it to sublimate directly to gas, you would face respiratory damage if it entered your breathing system. Sulfur dioxide reacts with moisture to form sulfurous acid, which causes severe irritation to mucous membranes. Even brief exposure causes coughing, throat inflammation, and potential long-term respiratory damage. Europa's surface contains various salts including magnesium sulfate, sodium sulfate, and sodium carbonate. These compounds themselves present minimal direct toxicity, but they create secondary hazards through their effects on equipment. Salt compounds accelerate corrosion of metals, degrade polymer seals, and interfere with electrical systems when they dissolve in water. Condensation inside equipment. Over time, salt exposure compromises the integrity of any exploration technology. Ozone forms on Europa's surface through radiation interactions with oxygen-containing molecules. Ozone, a powerful oxidizing agent, attacks rubber, plastics, and other organic materials. It would deteriorate spacesuit materials, seal gaskets, and insulation over time. Exposure to ozone gas causes severe respiratory irritation, fluid buildup in lungs, and potential respiratory failure at sufficient concentrations. Even small amounts damage lung tissue with cumulative effects. Radiation creates free radicals throughout Europa's ice. Free radicals are atoms or molecules with unpaired electrons, making them extremely reactive with other compounds. These reactive species remain trapped in the ice matrix at Europa's low temperatures, but they become rebel and highly reactive when the ice warms, even slightly. Contact with your body heat would release these free radicals, causing cascading oxidative damage to your tissues at the molecular level. Carbon dioxide ice exists in some regions of Europa, particularly in areas where meteorite impacts have delivered carbon-bearing materials. At Europa's temperatures, carbon dioxide remains solid rather than gasifying as it would on Earth. Direct contact with solid carbon dioxide causes immediate freeze burns through two mechanisms: extreme cold and sublimation directly from solid to gas against your skin. These burns resemble severe frostbite, but with additional tissue damage from the expanding gas phase. The toxic compounds on Europa's surface do not exist in isolation. They form complex mixtures with properties distinct from their individual components. These mixtures might demonstrate synergistic toxicity, meaning their combined effect exceeds the sum of individual toxicities. The precise composition of these mixtures remains unknown, making toxicological assessment for human exposure particularly challenging. Unknown compounds may present novel toxicity mechanisms not previously encountered on Earth. Surface sampling presents particular challenges due to chemical hazards. Any sample brought into a habitat requires careful containment and analysis protocols. Cross-contamination between toxic surface compounds and habitable spaces could create lethal conditions inside supposedly safe environments. Decontamination procedures must remove or neutralize all hazardous compounds before samples enter controlled environments. These procedures add complexity and risk to scientific operations. The potentially toxic surface presents another significant challenge for human exploration. Any breach in protective equipment exposes you to this chemical cocktail. Spacesuit punctures, seal failures, or airlock contamination could introduce these compounds into breathing air or onto skin. Once exposure occurs, medical treatment options would be severely limited by available resources. No antidotes or specialized treatments would exist for many of the exotic compound exposures possible on Europa. Scientists study Europa's surface chemistry through remote sensing from spacecraft. Instruments analyze the spectrum of light reflected from the surface to identify chemical components. These studies reveal a complex mixture that varies by location, suggesting diverse chemical processes occurring across Europa's surface. The most chemically active regions show distinct color patterns visible even in telescope observations, typically appearing as reddish-brown streaks across the predominantly white ice surface. Laboratory experiments on Earth simulate Europa's surface chemistry by subjecting ice mixtures to radiation under vacuum conditions. These experiments produce compounds similar to those detected on Europa. The results confirm the production of peroxides, acids, and other reactive species through radiation processing of ice. These studies help scientists predict what compounds future missions might encounter and what hazards they present. The surface chemistry creates significant challenges for equipment as well as human explorers. Materials degrade rapidly when exposed to oxidizing compounds like hydrogen peroxide and ozone. Metals corrode. Plastics become brittle. Optical surfaces cloud or pit. Electrical contacts fail as corrosion creates high-resistance connections. Equipment designed for Europa must resist this chemical attack while functioning at extremely low temperatures under vacuum conditions. Sample return missions face particularly stringent contamination control requirements. Any material brought back from Europa must remain contained to protect both the scientific integrity of the samples and the safety of personnel handling them. Unknown compounds could present unforeseen hazards, even in Earth laboratories. Protocols similar to those used for the most dangerous pathogens would apply to Europa samples until their properties are fully characterized. The toxic surface compounds exist primarily in a thin layer at the very top of the ice. The depth of this processed layer measures only millimeters to centimeters before giving way to cleaner ice below. This concentration of toxic materials at the surface poses a particular hazard for landing operations. Spacecraft thrusters or vehicle wheels would disturb this material, potentially lofting toxic dust that could contaminate equipment or end habitats through airlock operations. Decontamination procedures would be essential for any equipment or personnel moving between Europa's surface and habitable spaces. These procedures might include physical removal methods like brushing and vacuum cleaning, chemical neutralization of reactive compounds, and thermal treatments to sublimate volatile components. Each decontamination cycle adds complexity, time requirements, and potential points of failure to surface operations. Robotic exploration provides one approach to mitigating chemical exposure risks. Robots can operate in Europa's toxic environment without life support requirements, collecting samples and performing preliminary analysis before bringing selected materials to human habitats. This approach minimizes human exposure while maximizing scientific return, but it requires sophisticated autonomous systems capable of operating reliably in extreme conditions. The combination of toxic compounds and radiation creates particularly challenging conditions for material selection. Materials must simultaneously resist chemical attack, radiation damage, and extreme cold. Few materials meet all these requirements. Those that do tend to be expensive specialty items with limited production capacity. This constraint drives up mission costs and limits redundancy options. Many common aerospace materials simply cannot survive Europa's surface environment for extended periods. If you somehow survive the vacuum, lack of atmosphere, extreme cold, radiation, and toxic surface chemistry, Europa has yet another lethal hazard waiting beneath your feet. The entire moon experiences powerful tidal forces from Jupiter's enormous gravitational field. These forces flex and stretch the icy crust, creating fractures, shifting ice blocks, and potentially catastrophic crustal movements. The surface you stand on could literally split open beneath your feet without warning, dropping you into crevasses hundreds of meters deep or crushing you between converging ice plates. The unstable ice crust represents yet another aspect of Europa that makes human exploration extraordinarily dangerous. The seemingly solid ground beneath your feet on Europa hides an environment in constant motion. Jupiter's enormous mass creates gravitational tidal forces that stretch and compress the entire moon during each orbit. These forces deform Europa's shape by up to 30 meters during each 3.5-day orbital period. This constant flexing generates heat, cracks the ice shell, and creates an environment of unpredictable and potentially catastrophic surface changes. No location on Europa remains truly stable or safe for extended periods. The tidal forces result from Jupiter's massive gravitational field and Europa's slightly elliptical orbit. As Europa orbits closer to Jupiter, the gravitational pull increases, stretching the moon along the Jupiter-facing axis. As it moves farther away, this stretch news decreases. This continuous cycle of stretching and relaxing affects the entire structure of the moon. The solid ice crust cannot flex smoothly like a liquid. Instead, it fractures, creating the distinctive crack patterns visible across Europa's surface. These cracks, called linea by scientists, extend for hundreds of kilometers across Europa's surface. Some reach widths of several kilometers. They form when tidal stresses pull the ice shell apart, allowing liquid water from below to well up into the gap. This water quickly freezes in the surface conditions, often mixed with minerals that create the characteristic reddish-brown coloration. These features demonstrate the dynamic nature of Europa's crust and the hazards it presents to any surface operations. Surface exploration would face the constant risk of seismic events analogous to earthquakes on our planet, but Europa quakes would differ significantly from Earth's seismic activity. They would occur with predictable periodicity related to orbital position rather than the random timing of tectonic plate movements on Earth. However, their specific locations and intensities would remain difficult to predict, creating constant uncertainty for exploration activities. The tidal flexing cycle generates massive forces. Areas of the crust can shift vertically by several meters during each orbital period. This movement occurs not smoothly but in sudden adjustments similar to earthquakes. Standing on Europa's surface during one of these shifts will subject you to violent ground movement without warning. These movements could easily throw you off your feet, potentially damaging your spacesuit or equipment in the fall. Crevasses present one of the most immediate dangers from crustal movement. These deep cracks can open suddenly as tidal forces pull sections of crust apart. They may extend hundreds of meters deep into the ice shell. A fall into such a formation would prove fatal through multiple mechanisms: impact trauma from the fall, impossibility of rescue from such depths, and more rapid exposure to the crushing pressure that increases with depth in the ice shell. Ice volcanoes, or cryovolcanoes, represent another tidal-related hazard on Europa. These features form when liquid water from the subsurface ocean is forced through cracks in the ice shell. The water erupts onto the surface, flash freezing into distinctive flow features. These eruptions can occur with little warning, potentially engulfing nearby explorers in flash freezing water that would cause instant death through multiple mechanisms. Chaotic terrain, where the surface appears jumbled and broken like a shattered puzzle, forms when warm water from below melts through the ice shell. As the underlying ice melts, surface blocks collapse and rotate. When the water refreezes, it locks these blocks in their new positions. These regions indicate areas of recent or ongoing crustal instability, making them particularly hazardous for surface operations despite their high scientific interest. The thickness of Europa's ice shell remains uncertain, with estimates ranging from a few kilometers to tens of kilometers. This uncertainty complicates hazard assessment for surface operations. Thinner regions present greater risk of breakthrough events where the crust fails completely. Such a catastrophic failure would drop any surface equipment and personnel into the subsurface ocean, resulting in immediate death from multiple environmental exposures. Europa's subsurface ocean contains an estimated 2 to 3 times the volume of all Earth's oceans combined. This enormous liquid water reservoir exists under pressure from the ice shell above. Any breach in the ice creates the potential for explosive decompression, as pressurized water contacts the vacuum at the surface. Such events would release enormous energy, potentially destroying anything in the vicinity through blast effects, flash freezing, or mechanical impacts from ice debris. Tidal forces affect different regions of Europa with varying intensity. The areas around the poles experience less flexing than equatorial regions. This variation creates a complex stress pattern across the surface that changes throughout the orbital cycle. Predicting exact where and when crustal movements will occur remains beyond current modeling capabilities, creating significant uncertainty for any surface mission planning. The tidal heating that keeps Europa's subsurface ocean liquid produces an estimated heat flow of 0.06 watts per square meter at the surface. While this seems minimal compared to Earth's average of 0.09 watts per square meter, it represents significant energy within the ice shell. This energy drives crustal movements, cryovolcanic activity, and potential water migration through the ice shell, all creating hazards for surface operations. Surface features called double ridges form along many of Europa's cracks. These ridges, which can reach heights of several hundred meters, appear when water repeatedly erupts through a linear crack and freezes, building up walls of ice on either side. These features indicate areas of recent or ongoing crustal activity, making them scientifically valuable but physically hazardous locations. The slopes of these ridges often exceed 45 degrees, creating fall hazards for exploration vehicles or personnel. Lenticular, circular features resembling spots or blisters on Europa's surface form when pockets of warmer ice or water rise through the ice shell. These features typically measure a few kilometers across and appear either as domes, pits, or dark spots. They represent another manifestation of the dynamic processes occurring within Europa's ice shell. Their presence indicates potential instability in the surrounding crust, creating hazards for nearby surface operations. Impacts from meteorites create additional crustal instability. When objects strike Europa's surface, they not only create craters but also trigger secondary crustal movements as the impact energy propagates through the ice shell. These movements might occur minutes, hours, or days after the initial impact, creating hazards that persist long after the impact event itself. The relatively few craters on Europa indicate its surface undergoes consistent renewal through crustal activity. The constantly changing stress patterns in Europa's crust create an environment where no surface location remains truly safe for extended periods. A site that appears stable during initial survey might develop dangerous fractures or movements days or weeks later. This temporal uncertainty compounds the challenge of establishing any long-duration surface presence. Continuous monitoring for crustal changes would be necessary for safe operations. The fluid dynamics of Europa's subsurface ocean influence crustal behavior in ways difficult to predict. Currents within this ocean, driven by Jupiter's magnetosphere and internal heat distribution, create pressure variations against the underside of the ice shell. These variations can trigger surface movements that have no obvious connection to the orbital cycle or visible surface features. This adds another layer of unpredictability to crustal behavior. Any structures built on Europa's surface would face extraordinary engineering challenges due to the dynamic crust. Foundation designs would need to accommodate meter-scale movements, while maintaining structural integrity. Continuous monitoring systems would be required to detect developing hazards, and evacuation protocols would be necessary for when dangerous crustal movements threaten the facility. These requirements add significant complexity and cost to an already challenging mission profile. The pressure within Europa's ice shell increases with depth, according to the weight of overlying ice. Near the surface, conditions approach vacuum. But just a few kilometers down, pressures reach several megapascals, equivalent to several tons of force per square inch. Any deep crevasse or ice cave presents a gradient of increasing pressure with depth. Your pressure suit designed for surface conditions would fail catastrophically at these higher pressures, crushing your body inside it. If you somehow survived all the previous hazards, including the dynamic and unpredictable ice crust, you would still face the challenge of actually moving across Europa's treacherous surface terrain. The landscape presents a nightmarish obstacle course of razor-sharp ice formations, slippery slopes, hidden crevasses, and visually confusing features that make navigation extraordinarily difficult. Even with advanced equipment, simply traveling a few hundred meters across Europa's chaotic surface would present life-threatening challenges, requiring specialized training and equipment beyond anything used in Earth exploration. The surface of Europa presents a nightmarish landscape for human movement. Ice formations with knife-like edges rise from the surface in many regions. These structures, called penitentes, form when ice sublimates directly from solid to vapor under solar radiation. The resulting formations can reach several meters tall, with edges sharp enough to slice through spacesuit material. Moving through fields of these formations would require careful route planning and precise movement to avoid potentially fatal suit punctures. Europa's low gravity compounds the difficulty of surface movement. At approximately 13% of Earth's gravity, you would experience severe changes to your mobility. Each step would carry you farther than expected, making precise foot placement difficult. Falls would occur in slow motion but with no reduction in the force of impact. Your muscle memory, developed over a lifetime in Earth gravity, would betray you consistently, causing missteps and balance problems even for simple movements. The surface ice exhibits extreme variations in texture and friction properties. Some areas present glass-smooth surfaces with almost no friction, similar to wet ice on Earth, but far more slippery due to the absence of dust or contaminants. Other regions feature coarse, granular ice that shifts underfoot like sand dunes. These variations often occur with little visible warning, causing sudden losses of traction that could send you sliding uncontrollably across the surface or sinking into unstable granular deposits. Ridges formed by tectonic activity create sheer drops hundreds of meters high. These features often have overhanging sections where the upper ice has been thrust over lower layers. The edges of these ridges frequently exhibit structural weakness due to sublimation and radiation damage. Standing near such edges risks collapse, potentially triggering avalanches of ice fragments or complete structural failures that could carry you into deep crevasses below. Visual navigation proves exceptionally challenging on Europa. The uniform whiteness of most surface regions creates conditions similar to a whiteout on Earth. Shadows cast by the distant sun appear black against the bright ice, creating extreme contrast that obscure details. Depth perception suffers severely in these conditions, making it difficult to judge distances or identify hazards until you're dangerously close to them. Even with enhanced visual systems, distinguishing safe paths from dangerous terrain remains extremely difficult. Impact features present specialized hazards. When meteorites strike Europa's surface, they create not only primary craters but also fields of secondary ejecta. These ice fragments scatter across the surrounding terrain, creating fields of sharp debris that can extend for kilometers from the impact site. Walking through such fields would expose your spacesuit to countless potential puncture hazards from ice fragments with glass-like sharpness. Europa's chaotic terrain regions present perhaps the most challenging surface conditions. These areas form when the ice shell partially melts from below, creating sections where ice blocks break free and refreeze in jumbled orientations. The resulting landscape resembles a frozen landslide, with ice blocks the size of buildings tilted at random angles with deep gaps between them. Moving through such terrain would require climbing skills similar to technical mountaineering but performed in a spacesuit with limited visibility and dexterity. Sublimation processes create surface textures unlike anything found on Earth. As ice transitions directly from solid to vapor in vacuum conditions, it leaves behind formations called sublimation pits. These depressions can be partially concealed by overhanging ice shelves, creating traps that collapse when weight is applied. Distinguishing these hazards from stable terrain requires experience and careful observation that would be difficult to develop during limited mission durations. The cold brittleness of Europa's ice creates unpredictable fracture patterns. Ice that appears solid might shatter under applied weight, particularly in regions exposed to significant temperature variations between Jupiter-facing and space-facing cycles. These fractures propagate extraordinarily quickly through the supercold ice, potentially triggering larger structural collapses with little or no warning. No amount of careful testing can completely eliminate this risk due to the complex stress patterns within the ice shell. Cryovolcanic features present specialized mobility hazards. Areas where liquid water has erupted onto the surface create complex frozen flow patterns, similar to lava fields on Earth. These regions contain pressure ridges, frozen bubbles, and tube structures that can collapse under weight. The refrozen water often contains dissolved salts and other compounds that create slippery surfaces with unpredictable friction properties. These areas combine scientific interest with heightened physical danger. Low gravity affects not only human movement but also the behavior of disturbed ice particles. Activities like drilling, sampling, or even walking disturb surface materials that can remain airborne for extended periods in the minimal gravity. These particles present visual hazards and potential damage to equipment through abrasion or contamination. Unlike on Earth where dust settles quickly, disturbed material on Europa creates persistent clouds that complicate operations long after the initial disturbance. The extreme cold makes any fall potentially catastrophic. Even minor impacts against Europa's ice might crack rigid spacesuit components. Falling onto sharp ice formations could puncture life support systems, and the difficulties of self-recovery in a pressurized suit mean a simple fall could become life-threatening if it prevents you from returning to a safe position. Astronauts train extensively for fall recovery in spacesuits, but Europa's combination of hazards exceeds anything experienced in training environments. Moving across Europa's surface would require specialized equipment unlike any used for Earth exploration. Traditional wheeled vehicles would face constant immobilization risks from hidden crevasses and unstable surfaces. Walking proves impractical for anything but the shortest distances due to spacesuit mobility limitations. Specialized walkers with articulated legs might navigate the terrain, but would require sophisticated balance and hazard detection systems to operate safely. Every mobility solution brings its own vulnerabilities to Europa's hostile surface conditions. Temperature variations across the surface create additional structural hazards. Regions exposed to direct sunlight may be tens of degrees warmer than adjacent shadowed areas. This temperature differential causes differential expansion and contraction, creating stress fractures along shadow boundaries. These fractures typically remain invisible until weight is applied, making seemingly solid terrain unexpectedly hazardous. The constantly shifting position of the sun relative to surface features means these stress patterns change continuously. Equipment designed for surface mobility must balance competing requirements. It must be light enough for practical use in Europa's gravity, but strong enough to withstand impacts with sharp ice. It must provide traction on slippery surfaces but avoid snagging on jagged features. It must insulate against extreme cold while allowing sufficient flexibility for effective movement. These contradictory requirements force compromises that inevitably leave vulnerabilities to some aspect of Europa's hostile terrain. The psychological impact of moving through Europa's terrain cannot be overlooked. The combination of lethal environmental hazards and difficult mobility creates extreme stress. This stress impairs decision-making and risk assessment, potentially leading to fatal errors in navigation or hazard evaluation. The constant vigilance required for safe movement would rapidly induce fatigue, further compromising safety as attention inevitably wavers during extended operations. Navigation systems face unique challenges in Europa's environment. GPS-like systems would require satellites that don't exist around Europa. Visual landmarks prove difficult to distinguish in the monotonous ice landscapes. Magnetic navigation systems face interference. Jupiter's powerful magnetic field. Inertial navigation accumulates errors over time, requiring frequent recalibration. These limitations mean explorers could easily become disoriented even with advanced navigation equipment, lost in featureless ice fields with limited ability to communicate their position. Rescue operations on Europa would face the same terrain challenges as regular exploration, but under emergency conditions. A stranded explorer with damaged mobility equipment or injuries might be merely hundreds of meters from safety, yet effectively unreachable due to intervening terrain hazards. The complexity of mounting rescue operations in such conditions means that even minor accidents or equipment failures could rapidly escalate to life-threatening emergencies. If you somehow navigated all these terrain hazards, you would still face the challenge of communicating with mission control or other team members across vast distances. Europa orbits more than 600 million kilometers from Earth at its closest approach. This enormous distance creates communication delays that make real-time conversation impossible, and emergency assistance a distant hope at best. Every problem you encounter on Europa's treacherous surface would require immediate local solutions, with Earth-based experts unable to provide time guidance through the communication gulf that separates you from home. The vast distance between Earth and Europa creates communication delays that fundamentally change the nature of human exploration. Radio signals traveling at the speed of light take between 33 and 53 minutes to travel one way between Earth and Europa, depending on the constantly changing orbital positions of both bodies. This means a simple question asked from Europa would not receive an answer for at least 66 minutes under the best conditions, more than 1 hour and 46 minutes at the worst. These delays eliminate any possibility of real-time conversation or emergency assistance from Earth. The communication delay creates a psychological isolation, unlike anything experienced in Earth exploration. When you call for help or information, the silence stretches for more than an hour before any response arrives. During emergencies, this delay means you must handle life-threatening situations entirely with local resources and knowledge. No expert consultation can arrive in time to affect outcomes in rapidly developing situations. This reality fundamentally changes mission psychology, requiring extensive autonomous decision-making capability from all crew members. Jupiter's intense radiation environment actively interferes with radio communications. The same radiation belts that threaten human health also disrupt electromagnetic signals passing through them. This interference causes data corruption, signal fading, and blackouts during periods of heightened radiation activity. These effects compound the basic distance-related delays, sometimes making communication impossible for extended periods, regardless of the theoretical light travel time. The communication architecture for Europa missions requires unprecedented complexity. Direct Earth-to-Europa communication suffers from extreme signal attenuation over the vast distance. Relay satellites in Jupiter orbit would improve reliability, but add their own points of potential failure. The entire communication system requires radiation hardening beyond current standards, power sources sufficient for long-duration operation, and autonomous fault recovery capabilities to maintain function without human intervention. Bandwidth limitations further restrict communication capabilities. The data rate possible across such vast distances with practical power levels measures in kilobits per second rather than the megabit or gigabit speeds common in Earth communications. This severe limitation means video communication would be highly restricted. Scientific data would require extensive compression or prioritization, and software updates or technical information transfers would take hours or days rather than seconds. Emergency protocols must account for these communication realities. Life-threatening situations like decompression events, radiation emergencies, or medical crises must be handled entirely by on-site personnel and autonomous systems. No real-time guidance from Earth experts would be possible. This requirement drives extensive emergency training, comprehensive contingency planning, and redundant safety systems to an extent not required for near-Earth missions where expert consultation remains possible. The delay affects not just emergency response but every aspect of mission operations. Simple tasks that might take minutes with direct supervision stretch to hours or days, when each instruction cycle requires more than an hour to complete. Scientific investigation particularly suffer from this limitation, as interesting discoveries cannot be immediately followed up with expert-guided examination. The delay forces mission planners to anticipate every contingency and provide comprehensive decision trees for all possible scenarios. Mission control paradigms developed for lunar and even Mars missions prove inadequate for Europa exploration. Lunar missions operate with a communication delay of approximately 1.3 seconds each way, allowing near real-time conversation. Mars missions experience delays of up to 20 minutes each way, challenging but still permitting multiple exchanges within a work shift. Europa's hour-plus delays require fundamentally different operational concepts where mission control transitions from active direction to strategic guidance and review. Psychological studies of isolated groups show that communication delays significantly impact team cohesion and individual mental health. As delay increases, crew members increasingly view themselves as separate from Earth-based support, rather than part of a unified team. This perception shift affects compliance with mission protocols, willingness to report problems, and overall psychological resilience. The delays inherent in Europa missions would amplify these effects beyond anything previously studied in space psychology. The communication delay creates particular challenges for medical emergencies. Even with physician crew members, complex medical situations benefit from specialist consultation. On Europa, a medical emergency requiring expert input would progress for hours before any guidance could arrive. This reality necessitates unprecedented medical autonomy for crew members, extensive medical training beyond current astronaut requirements, and diagnostic and treatment technologies capable of operating with minimal external guidance. Software updates and technical troubleshooting become extraordinarily challenging under significant light time delay. A simple procedure that might require a few minutes of back-and-forth communication on the International Space Station could require days for Europa-based systems. This limitation means all critical systems must be designed for autonomous diagnosis and repair to the greatest extent possible. Modularity, redundancy, and self-healing capabilities become essential rather than desirable features for all mission-critical systems. The communication delay affects mission duration planning in fundamental ways. Shorter missions face higher risks as each decision carries greater consequence with limited Earth support. Longer missions allow more time for contemplative decision-making but increase overall radiation, exposure and psychological stress. Mission planners must balance these competing factors against the communication reality that Europa explorers will effectively operate in decision-making, isolation regardless of total mission duration. Jupiter itself occasionally blocks all direct communication between Earth and Europa during periods of conjunction. These blackout periods occur when Jupiter's bulk physically interposes between the two bodies, completely preventing radio transmission. These conjunctions can last for hours or days depending on the precise orbital geometry. During these periods, the exploration team must function with complete communication independence, regardless of any emergencies or critical discoveries that might occur. The communication architecture must account for Europa's rotation and orbit around Jupiter. Direct Earth communication becomes impossible when exploration sites rotate to Europa's Jupiter-facing side, requiring relay satellites in Jupiter orbit to maintain continuous contact. These relays introduce additional points of potential failure into the communication system. Each relay must function flawlessly in Jupiter's intense radiation environment for mission duration, a significant engineering challenge with current technology. Scientific data return faces severe constraints due to communication limitations. High-resolution imagery, spectroscopic data, and other information-dense scientific returns must be heavily compressed or transmitted over extended periods. This limitation forces decisions about what data to prioritize for immediate transmission versus storage for later download. These decisions must often be made autonomously based on pre-programmed criteria rather than real-time scientific judgment. The psychological impact of Earth's visual appearance from Europa cannot be overlooked. From Jupiter's orbit, Earth appears as merely a bright star, not the distinctive blue marble seen from lunar distance. This visual reality reinforces the extreme separation between the exploration team and humanity's home planet, contributing to the psychological isolation created by communication delays. The combined effect creates a sense of removal from Earth unmatched in previous exploration efforts. If you somehow overcame the challenges of vacuum exposure, lack of atmosphere, extreme cold, radiation, toxic surface compounds, crustal instability, treacherous terrain, and communication isolation, you would still face the daily challenge of operating in a spacesuit specifically designed to protect you from Europa's multiple environmental threats. This suit, your only protection against immediate death, would itself present significant limitations to mobility, dexterity, and sensory perception that make even simple tasks extraordinarily difficult to perform. The suit becomes both your lifeline and your prison on Europa's hostile surface. Your spacesuit represents your only protection against Europa's lethal environment, but this life-saving cocoon severely restricts your movement and sensory perception. Current spacesuit designs used for spacewalks at the International Space Station require pressurization to approximately 4.3 pounds per square inch. This internal pressure makes the suit balloon outward against the vacuum outside, creating resistance to every movement you attempt. Bending your fingers requires overcoming this pressure differential, essentially requiring you to continuously squeeze a firm rubber ball just to close your hand. The Europa-worthy spacesuit must protect against multiple environmental hazards simultaneously. Vacuum exposure requires pressure containment. Extreme cold demands advanced thermal regulation. Radiation protection necessitates additional shielding layers. Protection from shites requires cut-resistant outer materials. Each protective layer adds bulk and stiffness, further restricting mobility beyond basic pressurization effects. The resulting suit would weigh approximately 180 kilograms on Earth. Even in Europa's low gravity, this mass creates significant inertia that resists changes in motion. Glove design presents one of the most critical mobility challenges. Human hands contain 27 bones and numerous joints, enabling our remarkable dexterity. Pressurized gloves restrict this natural movement, making fine motor tasks extraordinarily difficult. Current spacesuit gloves cause fingernail trauma, muscle fatigue, and skin abrasion during extended use. These issues would be magnified on Europa, where lower temperatures further reduce material flexibility and tactile feedback. Helmet design balances protection with visibility requirements. The helmet must prevent radiation exposure to your head while providing adequate visual field for navigation and task performance. Current designs restrict peripheral vision to approximately 120 degrees horizontal, far less than the natural human field of nearly 180 degrees. This tunnel vision effect makes situational awareness difficult, increasing collision risks and navigation errors in Europa's hazardous terrain. Joint mobility in the suit determines your overall range of motion. Current spacesuit designs use a combination of soft fabric joints and hard elements called bearings at major articulation points. These systems allow walking and limited bending but prevent many natural human movements. You cannot reach your own helmet to clear condensation or adjust equipment. Kneeling proves difficult or impossible depending on suit design, and running remains entirely out of the question regardless of emergency conditions. Europa's extreme cold creates additional mobility challenges through material properties. Flexible materials become rigid at extremely low temperatures. Lubricants in mechanical joints thicken or freeze entirely. Even metal components change their friction characteristics in deep cold. These effects combine to further restrict an already limited mobility envelope, creating a suit that grows increasingly stiff and resistant to movement throughout surface operations. Energy expenditure in spacesuits exceeds comparable Earth activities by 200 to 300%. Simple tasks like walking or lifting small objects require extraordinary effort due to suit resistance. This increased workload accelerates fatigue, reduces sustainable work periods, and increases metabolic heat generation that the suit's thermal control system must manage. On Europa, this energy expenditure competes with the suit's need to generate heat for thermal regulation. creating competing demands on limited power resources. Falling in a spacesuit presents a particularly serious hazard. The suit's bulk and mass make recovery from a supine position extremely difficult. Current designs require a specific technique where the astronaut rolls to one side, pushes up to a seated position, then ridges to a kneeling and finally standing orientation. This procedure requires unobstructed terrain and full suit mobility. Neither condition can be guaranteed on Europa's chaotic surface. A fall in difficult terrain could prove fatal if it prevents return to a standstill miss. Visibility through the helmet faces multiple challenges beyond field of view restrictions. Extreme temperature differentials between the warm interior and cold exterior cause condensation on visor surfaces. External ice buildup from water vapor in your exhaled breath can accumulate on cold exterior surfaces. Radiation shielding materials inherently reduce light transmission, reducing overall visibility, and the extreme brightness of Europa's ice fields creates glare that complicates shadow perception, further hindering hazard identification. Communication systems integrated into the helmet create their own restrictions. Microphones and speakers add bulk near your head. Noise cancellation systems for pump and fan sounds can reduce awareness of external conditions, and the inability to use natural non-verbal communication like facial expressions adds cognitive load to all interactions with team members. These limitations combine to make effective communication more difficult precisely when clear information exchange becomes most critical for safety. Spacesuit puncture represents the most immediate life-threatening failure mode. Europa's sharp ice formations, fall hazards, and equipment edges all present puncture risks. Current spacesuits include a secondary pressure bladder within the protective outer layers, but significant punctures overwhelm this backup system. A catastrophic breach larger than approximately 1 centimeter would cause rapid pressure loss that emergency systems cannot counteract. Life expectancy following such a breach would measure in minutes or less depending on breach size and location. Thermal regulation within the suit requires constant active management. Your body generates approximately 100 watts of heat at rest and up to 500 watts during exertion. This heat must be removed to prevent overheating and exhaustion. Simultaneously, the sea heat must prevent heat loss to Europa's negative 170-degree environment. This thermal balancing act requires liquid cooling garments, active heat exchangers, and sophisticated control systems that add further bulk and mobility restriction to the suit design. Carbon dioxide removal presents another critical life support function. Your body produces approximately 1 kilogram of carbon dioxide daily through respiration. This gas must be continuously removed from the suit's atmosphere to prevent toxic buildup. Current systems use lithium hydroxide or metal oxide canisters to chemically absorb carbon dioxide. These systems add weight and require regular replacement or regeneration, limiting operational duration on the surface. Failure of carbon dioxide scrubbing would cause symptoms of hypercapnia within hours, progressing to unconsciousness and death if not addressed. Radiation protection requirements add significant bulk to Europa spacesuits. Effective shielding against Jupiter's radiation environment requires materials with high hydrogen content like water, polyethylene, or specialized polymers. The thickness required for meaningful protection adds centimeters of material throughout the suit. This additional bulk further restricts joint movement, increases weight, and reduces overall mobility beyond the limitations of current spacesuits used in Earth orbit. Drinking and eating within the suit present significant challenges during extended operations. Current spacesuit designs include drinking bags with straws accessible while wearing the helmet, but food consumption generally requires return to a pressurized environment. Missions lasting more than a few hours necessitate in-suit nutrition systems. These systems add complexity and potential failure points while still providing only limited nutritional options. Dehydration and calorie deficit become significant concerns during extended Europa surf operations. Waste management represents a particularly difficult challenge for extended surface operations. Current spacesuits used for spacewalks rely on adult diapers for urine collection during activities typically lasting less than 8 hours. Longer duration Europa operations would require more sophisticated systems including urine collection devices and potential solid waste management. These biological necessities add complexity, discomfort, and potential health issues during extended use, significantly impacting overall mission effectiveness. Pre-breathing protocols add further complexity to Europa surface operations to prevent decompression sickness when moving from habitat pressure to lower suit pressure. Astronauts must breathe pure oxygen for a period before depressurization. This procedure can require hours depending on pressure differential and previous exposure history. These preparation requirements mean that even brief surface excursions demand significant preparation time, reducing overall mission efficiency and complicating emergency response scenarios. The psychological impact of operating within a spacesuit cannot be overlooked. The constant awareness of the lethal environment just centimeters away creates background stress. Restricted movement induces claustrophobic responses even in thoroughly trained individuals. Limited sensory input creates disorientation and cognitive fatigue. And the complete dependence on technological systems for survival generates anxiety that increases with time in the suit. These psychological factors contribute significantly to performance degradation during extended operations. If you somehow overcame all the previous challenges and survived on Europa's hostile surface, you would still face perhaps the most insidious danger of all, the profound psychological isolation of existing as a tiny bubble of life in an environment utterly hostile to your existence. Beneath your feet would lie an alien ocean larger than all Earth's seas combined, separated from you by kilometers of ice. The knowledge of this vast, unknown realm beneath you, potentially harboring the only other life in our solar system besides Earth, would create a psychological burden unlike anything experienced in previous exploration. The combination of physical isolation from Earth and proximity to this alien abyss would test the mental resilience of even the most stable explorers, creating unique psychological stresses represent the final frontier of challenges for human exploration of Europa. The psychological impact of Europa exploration may prove as dangerous as any physical hazard. You would exist as a fragile bubble of Earth life surrounded by an environment designed to kill you from every direction. Above stretches the empty blackness of space. Around you extends a frozen wasteland of ice. Beneath your feet lies an alien ocean of unknown composition and potential. This profound isolation creates a psychological burden unlike any previous human exploration experience. Distance from Earth creates the most immediate psychological stressor. At more than 600 million kilometers from home, Earth appears as merely a bright star in the sky, not the familiar blue marble seen from lunar distance. This visual reality reinforces the extreme separation between you and everything familiar. Communication delays prevent meaningful conversation with family or support personnel. These factors combine to create a sense of disconnection from humanity that intensifies with mission duration. The constant awareness of environmental hazards creates background stress that accumulates over time. Every moment on Europa requires trusting your life to technological systems with limited redundancy. The knowledge that even minor equipment failures could prove rapidly fatal creates persistent anxiety. This chronic stress depletes psychological reserves, impairs decision-making, and increases conflict potential among crew members. Even the most stable individuals experience significant psychological strain under such conditions. Sensory deprivation represents a particularly insidious form of psychological stress. Europa lacks the rich sensory environment humans evolved to process. No wind blows across the surface. No sounds travel through the vacuum. No scents reach you through your seal helmet. The visual environment consists primarily of white ice and black sky, with minimal variation. This sensory monotony creates a form of neurological starvation. The brain, deprived of normal stimulation patterns, begins generating its own sensory experiences that can manifest as hallucinations or perceptual distortions. Sleep disruption occurs almost universally during space missions. The absence of normal day-night cycles, constant background noise from life support systems, and stress-induced insomnia combine to reduce both sleep quantity and quality. On Europa, the approximate 42-hour day-night cycle created by its orbit around Jupiter further disrupts natural circadian rhythms. Sleep deficit accumulates over time, degrading cognitive function, emotional regulation, and physical performance. These effects compound other psychological stressors in a potentially dangerous feedback loop. Confined space psychology reveals that even highly selected and trained individuals experience significant psychological symptoms after extended periods in isolated, confined environments. Studies of Antarctic winter overcrews, submarine personnel, and space station astronauts consistently demonstrate increased depression, anxiety, interpersonal conflict, and cognitive issues after several months in such conditions. Europa missions would likely extend well beyond these time frames while adding environmental stresses beyond any previous human experience. The concept of existential threat proximity uniquely affects Europa exploration psychology. Unlike most exploration environments where dangers can be mitigated through skill and experience, Europa presents continuous lethal threats that no amount of skill can fully address. Awareness that death waits literally centimeters away beyond your spacesuit or habitat wall creates a psychological burden distinct from other exploration scenarios. This awareness manifests in heightened vigilance, sleep disturbance, and anxiety symptoms that resist normal adaptation processes. Team dynamics under extreme isolation follow predictable but challenging patterns. Initial excitement and cohesion gives way to monotony and irritation, as minor personality differences magnify through constant proximity. Communication becomes more formal and less frequent. Subgroups form based on shared characteristics or responsibilities. Leadership authority faces increasing challenges as mission duration extends. These dynamics occur even in teams with extensive pre-mission training and psychological screening, creating potential mission-critical conflict at times of maximum stress. The alien nature of Europa itself creates unique psychological challenges. Humans evolved in the specific conditions of Earth's biosphere, with innate expectations of how environments should behave. Europa violates these expectations at every turn. Water exists as rock-hard material you walk upon. Temperatures exceed anything in human evolutionary experience. Radiation invisible to human senses causes cumulative biological damage. This fundamental wrongness of the environment triggers deep discomfort beyond conscious awareness, creating persistent psychological strain resistant to normal adaptation. The knowledge of what lies beneath Europa's ice creates a unique form of psychological pressure. Scientific evidence strongly suggests a liquid water ocean containing twice the volume of all Earth's seas combined. This ocean potentially harbors the only other life in our solar system, beyond Earth. The combination of existential significance and physical proximity to such a profound discovery creates what psychologists call sublimity anxiety, a stress response to concepts that exceed normal human cognitive scale. You would exist meters above a literally alien ocean, while separated from your own species by vast distance, creating a form of cognitive dissonance unique to Europa exploration. Mission duration uncertainty adds another psychological dimension. Unlike Antarctic researchers who know precisely when resupply or evacuation becomes possible, Europa mission timelines would contain significant uncertainty. Launch windows for return missions depend on complex orbital mechanics. Equipment failures could necessitate extended stays beyond planned durations. The inability to definitively know when you might return to Earth creates a distinct anxiety pattern, different from expeditions with fixed timelines. This temporal uncertainty particularly affects long-term psychological coping mechanisms. Privacy becomes non-existent in exploration habitats. Limited space, shared life support systems, and safety monitoring create an environment of constant observation. This lack of private space prevents normal psychological decompression and processing. Over time, the absence of truly private moments creates cumulative stress that manifests as irritability, withdrawal, or uncharacteristic emotional outbursts. Even carefully designed habitats cannot provide the psychological privacy that humans require for optimal mental health. During extended missions, Earth-independent medical care creates significant anxiety for many explorers. The knowledge that serious medical conditions would receive only the care available within the mission creates persistent background stress. Psychological issues present particular treatment challenges in isolated environments. Medication options remain limited by storage constraints and side effect concerns. Therapeutic interventions rely primarily on limited crew resources, rather than dedicated mental health professionals. These limitations mean psychological problems that receive comprehensive treatment on Earth might progress to mission-critical severity on Europa. Purpose erosion occurs during extended isolation as initial mission objectives are accomplished or revised. The early phases of exploration provide clear goals and regular novel experiences that support psychological well-being. As mission duration extends, tasks become more routine and incremental. This shift from exploration to maintenance activities correlates with increased depression and motivational issues in isolation studies. Europa missions would require carefully structured long-term objective hierarchies to maintain purpose cognition for extended duration. Sensory augmentation technology provides one approach to addressing psychological challenges. Virtual reality environments can deliver Earth-like sensory experiences during rest periods. Augmented reality systems can introduce variable elements into otherwise monotonous surroundings. These technologies show promise for mitigating sensory deprivation effects, but also create potential dependence issues as users increasingly prefer augmented experiences to the stark reality of their actual environment. Finding the appropriate balance remains an active research question for long-duration space missions. Communication with Earth evolves specific patterns during extended isolation. Initial communications maintain personal content and emotional connection. As mission duration extends, communications typically become more task-focused and less frequent. This pattern reflects both adaptation to communication delays and psychological distancing as a coping mechanism. Mission support protocols must account for these changes, ensuring critical information continues flowing despite natural tendencies toward communication minimization. During extended isolation, time perception distortions occur predictably during long-duration missions. Without normal environmental cues and routine variations, time subjectively accelerates or dilates in ways that complicate scheduling and coordination. Crew members experience significant variations in individual time perception, creating interpersonal friction when coordinating joint activities. These distortions intensify with mission duration, potentially affecting critical timing judgments during complex operations. Europa's approximately 42-hour day-night cycle would further complicate natural time perception mechanisms. Return preparation psychology reveals unique stresses near mission completion. As return approaches, risk tolerance typically decreases while anxiety about return procedures increases. This combination can create decision paralysis or excessive caution during critical mission conclusion activities. Additionally, anticipatory anxiety about Earth reintegration often emerges as return approaches. Crew members who have adapted to isolation may experience significant concern about returning to the sensory complexities and social demands of Earth environments. The psychological impact of potential discovery scenarios cannot be overlooked. Europa represents humanity's best current hope for discovering extraterrestrial life. The psychological consequences of either confirming or failing to confirm such life would profoundly affect crew members. Positive confirmation would create existential recalibration requirements that no human has previously experienced. Failure to confirm despite extensive searching would create significant disappointment after years of preparation and expense. Either outcome carries psychological impacts that extend beyond the mission itself into crew members' lifetime psychological trajectory. Long-term studies of isolated expedition members reveal lasting psychological changes. Antarctic winter over personnel, submariners, and long-duration space crew members consistently show personality shifts that persist long after mission completion. These changes include altered stress responses, sensory processing differences, and interpersonal relationship modifications. The Europa exploration environment would likely produce more profound versions of these changes due to its unprecedented combination of isolation, danger, and existential significance. Despite these extraordinary psychological challenges, human history demonstrates remarkable adaptation capability in extreme environments. From early polar expeditions to modern space missions, humans have consistently found ways to maintain function and purpose under conditions far removed from our evolutionary context. Careful crew selection, training, mission design, and support systems can mitigate many psychological risks. The human capacity for meaning-making and adaptation provides essential resources for confronting even the profound isolation of Europa exploration. As our final part concludes, we have explored the comprehensive reality of what makes Europa so immediately lethal to human life. From the instant vacuum exposure that would rupture your lungs, to the complete absence of anything to breathe. The bone-chilling cold would freeze your tissues solid. The radiation storm that would destroy your cells from within. The toxic compounds that would burn your skin on contact. The crushing tidal forces that could open the ground beneath you. The treacherous terrain that threatens every step. The vast communication gulf that separates you from Earth. The restrictive spacesuit that becomes both lifeline and prison. And finally, the profound psychological isolation that would test the limits of human adaptation. Each of these challenges alone would prove fatal. Together they create an environment more hostile to human life than perhaps any other in our solar system. Yet ironically, beneath this deadly surface lies an ocean that may harbor the very thing we most hope to find beyond Earth, life itself. This profound dichotomy, that the most promising abode for alien life exists in one of the most hostile environments for human exploration, represents the ultimate challenge and paradox of Europa, a world that simultaneously attracts us with its profound scientific promise while repelling us with its lethal embrace.